N6 OKO. N6 OKO KN6 IRV San Pedro. N6 OKO KN6 IRV. CQ KN6 IRV CQ Kilo November 6 India Romeo Victor, any station here in San Pedro or anywhere in South LA, North Orange County, KN6 IRV CQ Kilo November 6 India Romeo Victor. KN6 IRV, listening in San Pedro. KN6 IRV, listening and streaming from San Pedro, California. Kilo November 6, Indio Romeo Victor. CQCQ, any station, KN6 IRV. CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. CQCQ, KN6, IRV. CQCQ, any station, Kilo November 6, India, Romeo Victor. Listening and streaming in San Pedro, California. CQCQ, KN6, IRV. CQCQ, KN6, IRV, CQCQ, any station. Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo, Victor, listening here in San Pedro, California, 146.52. KN6, IRV. CQCQ, KN6, IRV, CQCQ, Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo, Victor, listening to 146.52 here in San Pedro, California. CQCQ, KN6IRV. CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. Any station 146.52. Listening here in San Pedro, California, KN6IRV. KN6IRV, listening in San Pedro, California. KN6IRV.
WA6, QXA, Keith Long Beach, listening.
WA6, QXA, KN6IRV in San Pedro. WA6, QXA, KN6IRV.
I heard somebody call WA6QXA, Keith here in Long Beach. I'm getting a faint signal. Go ahead.
Hey Keith, this is Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo, Victor. KN6IRV, Dave, in San Pedro. I realize my signal's pretty weak here. I'm trying to get out a little bit better because we're working on grounding. Come back if you copy. KN6IRV for WA6QXA.
Yeah, can you tell me your location again? You hit me with about an S4. This is Keith here in Long Beach. Keith here in Long Beach.
Hey Keith, yeah, I appreciate you coming back for me. I realize I got a weak station. I'm only putting about 25 watts on a QYT KT 8900D radio. It's a really cheap 2-meter rig. We talked before from the same radio, but usually I've got it in my vehicle. So this is David, KN6IRV. I'm in San Pedro. I'm only about 8 blocks up from the waterfront. So come back at me if you're catching me, Keith.
Yeah, I'm getting a faint copy on you. I still didn't hear. I understand what radio you're using because I actually have one of those myself. I'm not using that right now, but I'm familiar with it. 25 watts. But what was the location one more time? And are you mobile?
No, sir, not currently mobile. I'm sitting at my desk using my mobile radio, going to a quarter wave ground plane antenna for 2 meters, tuned to 146.52, and using a 20-foot stretch of LMR 400, sitting at my desk. The antenna's probably about 16 feet above the driveway.
All right. I'm struggling quite a bit because I got a little noise over on my end that you're not above too well. So I'm going to back out here, but 73 to you. This is WA6QXA, Keith here in Long Beach.
That's great, Keith. I appreciate you coming back to me. WA6QXA, KN6IRV, clear.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Good. How's it going, buddy? How was your day?
Not bad, not bad. Yeah, you're booming out here, too, at plus 50. Did you hear that previous person I was talking to?
No, I heard you talking to him, but I could not copy them either. They were in my noise.
Okay, so it's not just me. Yeah, he was running off a weak radio, 25 watts, and I think I don't know where he was. I tried to figure out where he was, but I couldn't hear him enough to know where he was. But it's a faint signal where he was just fighting to get over my noise. Anyway, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, and I never got out here on the radio once yesterday. So, anything going on?
I don't know. So I guess you didn't check into the bozo net last night.
No, I didn't even think about the radio. I had too much going on, and getting my daughter ready to go back to slow. She left this morning, so that's about it.
Had she been on a break?
Yeah, she was on her spring break. Last thing she said before she left was, "You and Mom got to come visit me." And I'm like, okay. We love slow.
Yeah, slow's so awesome. Yeah, exactly. Well, you didn't miss much. They had the bozo net, and then, supposedly we're supposed to migrate to our 144.270. Nothing happened last night. Nothing. It was total Deadsville.
Really? Wow, that's unusual. So what happened? I looked on Greg's YouTube channel today to see if he streamed last night like he said he was thinking he was going to. Did he never make it?
Evidently not. I mean, it was total Deadsville. I'm telling you, it was like silent. I was kind of monitoring. I check in once or twice, but nobody had ever come back. And I was in the station because I was doing some other things, but keeping the radio on in case somebody came back. And it was just Deadsville.
I think that since I've been out here, it's probably the first time that's happened on a bozo net night.
I know that's usually one of our busier nights because people go check in there, then they hustle over to the other one, and we shoot the bull,
Exactly. Was Fred around yesterday?
I had talked to him in the daytime, but yeah, not in the evening.
Yeah, he's probably busy putting more radios or grounding on his station.
Yeah, he said he was monitoring too, it was dead, but I said I tried talking a couple times and nobody ever came back to me, so it was like one of those things.
Yeah, maybe, who knows, it's coincidence, people got a little burned out, I don't know. When I go back and listen to Greg's streams though, most of those are pretty good. It's pretty decent conversation and subject matter going on for the most part.
Yeah, as long as people stay focused.
Yeah, exactly. And that's definitely not always the case. But overall, I was actually kind of surprised thinking back on it that it was actually semi-interesting stuff.
Yeah, we stay away from the conspiracy theory type stuff and talking about other frequencies that they want to go to in the middle of the stream. It'd be much better.
Yeah, Roger. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what Greg does as far as grounding and whether that helps with noise level. Although, his noise level is actually quite a bit lower than mine, generally speaking, because he always uses his preamp, and that always shoots your noise level up. And even with his preamp on, his noise level is normally lower than mine without a preamp, except when he gets that very obvious and blatant interference.
Yeah, Roger. I never use the preamp on my 991 Alpha. I don't even know where it's at yet. I haven't figured it out. But I have a preamp on my my linear that I have at school. Starts with an M. Why can't I think of the brand name? I know you know what I'm talking about. But that preamp's working, and sometimes it just increases the noise level. Sometimes it helps, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, Roger. On the Mirage?
There you go, the Mirage. Yeah, it has one, and sometimes, like I said, sometimes it helps, sometimes it just brings up the noise level. So I use it only sometimes on that thing.
I can't believe they don't make that amp that Greg uses anymore. I wonder if they stopped making it or if it's just out of stock and it'll eventually be made in stock again.
Yeah, because he said he just got it, when did he say, like December or something like that, so it wasn't that long ago. That could be the case, they're having like all these shortages with semiconductors. I just heard that there was another like a semiconductor plant that caught on fire. There was one before Christmas, I think it was. So yeah, all these types of things are causing problems and chaos with amp gear and everything else.
Yeah, that sure helps the problem. Yeah, I'm sure they probably don't sell a whole ton of those amps, but I think they're about the only company that even makes them anymore, though. So I think.
There's a couple companies out there, but they're the most well-known name. They're the most well-known name for sure.
Yeah, I know there's some others that I don't remember the names of them, but they tend to sell them more in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, especially for UHF, VHF, they're the most well-known names. There's other ones for HF that are more popular, the tube styles, blah, 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 but up here, they're the most popular.
Who was the guy that we were talking to in Carlsbad, I think? The guy that was running like 1100 watts?
Oh, that was a week or two ago, right? I kind of remember that.
Yeah, that was crazy. I never really got the details on the amp he was using, who made it, but 1100 watts on 2 meters is pretty crazy.
I did not have a clue that he was running that kind of power. That's what he said?
Yeah, and I think it was to make up for his antenna, or his antenna height.
1100 watts on VHF. You have to have a special antenna that can kind of handle that kind of power.
Yeah, that's what I thought. In fact, I know you do. Yeah, and maybe I'm confusing him with somebody else, but I thought he was Carlsbad, San Diego or something. But yeah, I think he was running some kind of homemade antenna, the guy I'm thinking of.
Well, I remember the Carlsbad contact, and I was like making a big deal, like, wow, that's a nice grade that we're hitting each other, and he acted like he slept it off like no big deal at all. I was thinking, yeah, it is a big deal.
Yep, well, I still haven't gotten around to improving my antenna on my Jeep or raising my 2-meter base
weekday. You know, you get home, you don't have that much time between eating dinner and having light and all this other kind of stuff to get into a major project.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to have light out later, longer, but yeah, when you're done working, it's hard to get motivated to do stuff like that.
I know sometimes they'll say, hey, get on your computer and check this out. I've been on my computer all day. I'm not, you know, I use the laptop. I said, I'm not hooking up right now. I need a break from the computer.
Yeah, exactly. The same way with my cell phone.
You're on your cell phone all day long for work?
Quite a bit, yeah.
So, same with when you're working out at home or in an office?
Yeah, I mean, I don't even have a landline at home, and you know, a lot of the people that I work with, they have my cell phone, so even though I've got an office number, they still tend to call the cell phone.
I see. You get like an allowance or whatever since you have to use it for business?
Yep, roger on that. Yeah, it's nice, but man, that money goes so fast, it's ridiculous. You know how that goes.
Yeah. At least hopefully they're covering the bill on the cell phone bill.
Yep, so have you heard any of the regulars out here, any of the hobos at all?
Yeah, earlier, Ward, Fred, and Don got a new radio, a new icon.
Really? He gets the 9700?
No, you got that little 10-watt, rig. You know which one I'm talking about? It's kind of new.
Oh yeah, the 705?
There you go, yeah, 705. I just discovered that. I wasn't even aware that it was around, and they were talking about it earlier this week or last week, and I got online to discover it for the first time. That's not a bad radio, but it's not cheap either.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool, but I think for what it is, that price is pretty steep.
Well, it's double the price of my 818. Mine puts out 6 watts, that puts out 10 watts. I get it. But is it worth twice as much? It does have D-Star, but I don't know how much more it has than what I have, really, for that kind of price.
Exactly, yeah. Just got a text from Ashley. Just got into slow.
Oh, good. She made it safely and everything. Good to go. Has she gotten any further as far as next year's rooming?
Yeah, that was like the last thing we talked about. She's still working on it. She thinks she's going to get it all taken care of and got it lined up, but still not finalized.
My son, he actually had to go to school for 5 years. He had like an accident where he had to drop school for a whole quarter, and he was on a hard major as it was. And then there was that situation where he can't get classes. You know how that goes. So it took him 5 years actually to finish his schooling. So the last 3 years he was in this place. It was a 2-bedroom apartment, and I told you this before. It was literally like 2 blocks away. So it was very, very convenient, and yeah, that was a good place for him to be.
Yeah, Roger. Well, it's not unusual for it to take 5 years for people to get their college degree. It took me 5 years.
Took me way longer than that.
Yeah, not unusual at all.
It took me 3 years. I went to a JC first. It took me 3 years to get my AA. Then I actually quit school for a year. I was playing in a band. I was playing on the road, so I couldn't go to school for a year. Then I got that out of my system. I went back to school, and they put me on new general ed requirements. And so all of a sudden, my amount of units I needed to take jumped up quite a bit.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah, so it took me another solid 3 years to get my BA after my AA with a Calif Pomona. So yeah, it took me 6 years to get my BA.
All worth it in the long run. Hey, just to double check, because if I do get to this weekend, I'd like to have a record of What am I coming into you now?
Give me like a 5 count.
Yep, Roger, Roger. 5 count, 5 count. 54321, November 6, kilowatt X-ray, Rob in Riverside.
Okay, when you're just keying up, you're right at plus 50. When you talk, it peaks up to about plus 55.
All right, I'll take it. Not too bad, really. Not too bad at all.
We should maybe go to sideband and see what it is too, just for curiosity's sake.
Well, I appreciate you taking the words right out of my mouth. Yeah, let's do it. QSY, November 6, kilowatt X-ray.
QSY, W86, QXA.
KN6 IRV, listening in San Pedro. CQCQ, KN6 IRV, CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. CQCQ, any station, 146.52 here in San Pedro.
Audio check. Okay, audio check one more time. Audio check 1 2. 1 2 audio check. Okay, guys. I don't know if you guys have been watching the stream for a little bit, but after that last contact with Keith and Rob out that in Riverside, I tried doing like a, I don't know, 5-minute little spiel explaining myself, explaining the channel, explaining my motivations to explain SDR technology, and a demonstration of love for radio history and what we're capable of seeing on the radio spectrum and hearing on the radio spectrum. Anyway, I did it. My microphone setting was not set up right in OBS. This is the broadcasting software that I'm using. It's open source. It was not available when I was doing that entire explanation. That's okay. So I want to get you guys caught up here. And if you're reading the chat, if you're just joining the video, if you're seeing it live right now, what you're looking at is a live streaming capture of 146.520 megahertz, which is the national simplex calling frequency for amateur radio on the 2-meter band, also known as VHF. So we saw, if you were listening, back around 6:30ish, you heard a great contact, a bad one between Keith and I at first. He couldn't really hear my station, which is typical. I'm running about 25 watts off a very inexpensive radio. What you're seeing here is not a fancy setup. It's not an expensive setup. It is an 8-year-old computer with a $25 software-defined radio, the cheapest webcam at the store, and the same model on the antenna outside. And these are things that I've collected over the last couple of years that I've managed to be able to work into amateur radio, where I'm doing a stream now on the SoCal Simplex archive that is specifically meant to archive and demonstrate the ability to listen to radio operators on 2 meters here in the Southern California area. These simplex contacts on these national call-in frequencies are from radio to radio. They're not using any kind of radio repeater towers. And I realize that if you're a ham turned into this video, Dave, this is very basic. Well, I understand. There may be other RF fans that get drawn into ham radio and amateur radio via SDRs, which is part of the reason that I got involved into amateur radio. I specifically took the dive into getting seriously licensed and was licensed last April as the pandemic took hold here, as I wanted to find a hobby that I could spend time doing during the pandemic, in addition to using it as an emergency mode of communication. So, a year later, I find myself with an upgraded license and an appointment to take the final upgraded license to the top tier of licensing. I still am a novice ham. I'm good at taking tests. I definitely don't have that much experience in ham radio, but I definitely am apt to learning anything involved with technology, as I do love it, as anybody who knows me and anybody who might be watching this video might know so. So we are currently on hour 2 of this live stream. It is about 7:08 p.m. here in San Pedro, California. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call out on the call frequency to see if we can get anybody tuned in. You're going to hear me call CQCQ, which is a way of amateur radio operators calling out to each other to try and make a contact, which is essentially a way of, a contact is a 2 stations acknowledging each other on the radio waves and exchanging information such as their call sign, which is their label as an amateur radio operator, their identifier as their station, as well as like a signal report, including like the strength of the signal coming into your radio as measured by any meter that's on your radio, in addition to a definition of clarity and the ability of readability or hearability, the ability for you to understand the clarity. So you can see someone just keyed up. I think you guys should be able to hear that the way that I've got these settings set up. Hopefully we can get somebody on frequency. I'm going to go ahead and call it CQ and start blabbing, guys.
CQCQ, KN6, IRV, CQCQ, Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo, Victor, listening in San Pedro 146.52. CQCQ, any station, KN6, IRV, CQCQ, Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo, Victor, 146.52, listening and streaming in San Pedro.
Okay, guys. So I want to give you a little rundown on what you're seeing here in the software. As I mentioned before, this is GQRX, which is open source SDR, software-defined software for controlling radios. Anybody who knows SDRs realizes this spectrum is a mess. You're looking at a waterfall of the modulation coming across the spectrum, and we're looking about, what is this, from 145 to 147 megahertz. Yeah, it's like 2 point something megahertz worth of bandwidth on these SDRs, which is nice because you can see a large spectrum area. For instance, you can see on this red area that's coming down here, you're able to actually...
So I want to give you a little rundown.
Let me cut this audio up here. You can actually see someone speaking in. This is FM modulation that you're seeing wiggle back and forth like that. So we're going to stay on 146.52 because we're on the SoCal Simplex archive stream right now. Otherwise, we mess around and go around to a few other frequencies, but I am going to stay on frequency here. But anybody who knows anything about SDRs and has been on them before can look right at this spectrum and realize how absolutely messy it is with noise. It's unfortunate. Now, I do see some folks talking probably on Simplex nearby. Looks like 146.52 6 something. Someone's coming through over here. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to stay on frequency, and we'll call out CQ here in just another few minutes. See if we can catch any contacts. So you can see someone's signal there in the waterfall, but they're so far away we're just not even picking it up. And it might be some ghost or some spurious emission from somebody else or some other transmitter on a nearby frequency. But it looked like somebody, usually what it looks like when somebody far away is trying to get out, and I'm not quite getting them. So a little about my antenna situation. I am currently using a home-built antenna. This is a quarter wave ground plane antenna. It is tuned directly to 146.52 specifically for this application, which is, I guess, the best way to have a resonant antenna. And it was one of the ways that I could on a cheap budget for $10, including the connector that the antenna is built on and the welding rod that's used as the main radial on the top part of the wave, and the 4 radials that come off of it with some small screws. And then there's a connector for the coax that goes to that, and a length of 3/4 inch PVC pipe as the mast. And you can see that. In fact, actually, it's starting to look kind of nice out there, getting a little color. Let me see if I can punch up the color a little bit on the antenna cam. But it's up there. It's about 16 feet, maybe 15 feet off of the driveway itself. The coax is only 20 feet running out from my desk right here out to right above on the eave, as you can see there. Not a fancy shot. I just kind of clipped that camera up really fast. I thought it'd be kind of fun to have something up. So you can see the band looks pretty dead right now, guys. I haven't seen anything, but it is starting to be about the time where I've noticed that hams are kind of done with dinner. They're starting to sit down at their shack, crank up their radio. We'll see. We'll see who can pick up. I can see someone out there is trying to make it in here to San Pedro, or trying to make it somewhere with their rig. They're not making it to San Pedro, unfortunately, but we'll see if we can reach out. It's one disadvantage I have because of this antenna situation is not the best. Some of these other stations that you hear, they are actually at 30 or 40 feet with the height of their antenna. So they have a significant advantage in elevation. I also have a disadvantage because I'm only 8 blocks off of the water here in San Pedro. I'm also in San Pedro Canyon. So I am essentially sandwiched in a wedge inside of my location here. So it's hard for me to get out. I had an operator earlier this morning here on 146.52. In fact, you can go back and look at our YouTube, the SoCal Simplex archive live stream, and you'll find it. I was doing a lot of stream testing today, trying to put it onto a different system, so I don't have to type my main computer doing this. But I had a radio operator, I think it was ZGR, excuse me, Dale, down in Little Saigon, and he suggested to me at the very end of our contact this morning that you can reference on the channel that I go to a 5/8 wave main radial and radials for the ground plane antenna as opposed to a quarter wave. He mentioned that because it has a lower takeoff angle, so the waves coming off of the main radiation of the or the main radials, unfortunately it's in a quarter wave it's something like 45 degrees is what Dale was saying. K6 ZGR. So my only thought is if I go to a 5/8 wave, which is the same size antenna that I do have on my vehicle, and it works well, is that I might lose the advantage of going up and out because I am lower in this canyon and at a lower elevation. So we'll see how it works. I might try it and do an experiment because the antennas are, like I said, about $10 to build. And that's what I guess part of amateur radio is, right? Is trying it, experimenting. So it's been, I think, a few minutes. I'm going to go ahead and call CQ again and let you guys listen.
CQ, any station, KN6 IRV, CQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, CQ, listening here in San Pedro, 146.52, CQ, KN6 IRV. CQ, KN6 IRV, CQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, CQ, any station, KN6 IRV, listening in San Pedro. CQCQ, any station, KN6, IRV. CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, listening here in San Pedro. KN6, IRV. CQCQ, KN6, IRV. CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, listening in San Pedro. CQCQ, KN6, IRV. CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, listening in San Pedro, 146.52. CQCQ, any station, KN6, IRV.
Okay, guys, it's pretty quiet out there. I am not seeing a twitch in the spectrum here in the waterfall, besides the noise from my terrible antenna system, which is probably why we're not hearing anybody else. So I'm going to continue streaming this evening for a little bit longer here. You can also always find a stream most hours of the day running from our YouTube channel here on the SoCal Archive, Simplex Archive. So bookmark it if you want. You can also hit subscribe and add notifications if you're interested in hearing when the stream is live. I usually turn it on and off a couple times a day and just reset the system. But I am looking at getting like a full 24-hour, fully streaming system. I find it important to have a point of reference. I know as a new ham, I didn't. Well, for one, I couldn't always get a radio check. I wasn't always sure, and since I've started doing this archive stream, I've already had a ham radio operator within a mile of my location here get back to me via the internet from one of the links that I posted that he was able to use my stream to try 3 different antennas on his handheld transceiver and use it as a way, like a streaming audio check essentially. Now I've seen people use this kind of methodology with both web-based SDRs, which essentially is what the SoCal Simplex archive is. We're just doing it in a little bit different way. We are using it and creating essentially a DVR, a way to play back on a timeline. As you'll see here on the recording of the stream, there is a clock running to see the signal levels. Now, ideally, my antenna system will get better. I'll be able to hear better. But I noticed that I'm able to hear large simplex stations within the LA area, all the way down to Central Orange County. Sitting here at this very desk in my living room with 5 watts, I've made contact with an operator on a hill in San Diego. So I know that it's possible, even in my current situation without a big tower. As you can see, it's getting a little dark outside, looks like, on the antenna camera. But that is essentially a really cheap $10 quarter wave ground plane antenna tuned to 146.52 on like about a 3-foot PVC mast on the eave of a single-story building, about 16 feet off of the driveway. So it's not an amazing antenna system by any means. I seem to have different parts of the day where I can hear better on the SDR than I can on my cheap 2-meter rig. Other parts, it seems like I can hear stations better on the actual radio as opposed to the SDR here on the computer. So it's been a few more minutes. I'm going to go ahead and call CQ again, see if anybody can get anybody here on the stream to respond, see if I'm actually making it out. Part of this stream is to document my simplex activities. I find simplex contacts from station to station as opposed to using radio repeater towers more intriguing to me. It seems like that's kind of the important and one of the main points of amateur radio. There's all kinds of amateur radio operators that operate on repeaters, but for me it's the thrill of being able to make a contact directly to another operator without the help of a network or an internet connected node of any type. So you'll see me here working 2-meter simplex here in the South Bay and North Orange County area. And you can tune into this YouTube channel, the SoCal Simplex Archive, to find the live stream and also to check back, see if you were making it into this radio. And I'll provide updates and give you guys more information. So right now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try and call CQ again.
CQCQ, KN6 IRV, CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, CQCQ, KN6 IRV, listening to 146.52 here in San Pedro. Any station, CQCQ, KN6 IRV.
Okay, guys, I'm looking at a pretty dead waterfall here, but we're still working on it. We'll see what we can do and how it goes, and see if we get any more contacts this evening. That's kind of the thrill of it, and we'll see. Sometimes stations can hear you, they're just not ready to respond, and that's all right. Sometimes they're still eating dinner. Sometimes it's pretty quiet. I put up this antenna camera kind of on a whim right when I started this stream, and I thought, you know what, I've got an extra webcam laying here, let me just slap this thing up, and it looks like it's about done for the evening. Unfortunately, this is a just a regular webcam clipped up right underneath the eave of the building with the antenna mast, so it doesn't have any kind of night vision, so it looks like it's about done. I might have to turn off the antenna cam. Anyway, guys, I'm going to keep on trying to make a contact, because that's what ham radio is about. So I'm calling on the national simplex frequency for 2 meters, 146.52. You'll find it it's kind of like just like the call out frequency. There's a lot of locals that get up on here and rag chew, and I like to do that a little bit. Some people get upset. There are emergency protocols for people who like the wilderness protocol. If you're out in the wilderness and you're a radio operator, you want to be able to access a calling frequency to reach other stations. So it's important that people aren't always rag chewing on that frequency at certain times of the day. Something to keep conscious of. But I love it. I enjoy it. 146.52. That's where you can find me. If you're in the South Bay and you're tuning into this live stream, if you are in Orange County, northern Orange County, I've talked to stations in high elevations in San Diego. Go ahead and see if you can make contact. I'm David, KN6IRV. Contact. I'm David, KN6IRV.
CQCQ, KN6IRV. Kilo, November 6, India Romeo Victor, listening in San Pedro. KN6IRV.
Okay, so while we're sitting here, I'll go over a little bit of what I'm working on, guys. You'll see me typing on my computer. I'm sitting at my workstation. I do not have a special ham shack, if they call it a radio shack, literally a literal radio shack. I don't have, although some people might call this my shack. So I am currently operating a small 25-watt dual band radio. It operates in UHF, VHF, 2 meters or 70 centimeters, or what radio operators often refer to that band as. UHF, VHF is what most, I think, layfolk might understand about it from the TV era of analog TV. So this small radio is basically built and meant to go into a vehicle, which means it runs off of about 12 volts, or essentially 13.8 volts, they would often call it. It has to be able to tolerate the range that a normal car automotive electrical system operates at, which obviously includes the charging voltage. So I have at my side here a custom and home-built, cheap as I could, lithium iron phosphate battery from used cells, put together with copper bus bars smashed out from copper pipe, hand custom crimped cables myself, nothing fancy, nothing expensive. But I'm going to check my voltage. I noticed that these are 8 amp hour cells, so 4 in series, gets me up to the 12 volt mark for the radio operation. But I noticed that this little mobile rig eats them up pretty good. I probably get a solid 3 or 4 hours comfortably out of actually actively using them and rag chewing, and also trying to call out CQ and transmitting to make a call. So I've got my multimeter. I'm going to check the voltage, make sure it's still in range. I do not have a meter directly on the battery. Okay, so we're doing okay on it. I'll probably switch over. So I have two. My plan was to build a 4S2P, or basically a 4 series 12 volt lithium iron phosphate battery in parallel, in 2 parallel. So there are a total of 8 cells, 8 used cells, and they were not very well balanced when I got them from the used battery seller, which explains the price. So that was a bummer. They were so much so that I couldn't comfortably put them all together. These are safe cells. They are not like lithium polymer, lithium ion. They are lithium iron phosphate, so they're definitely less apt to explode. In fact, if you overcharge them, they kind of smoke a little bit. They don't explode like everyone freaks out about laptop batteries and taking batteries on the airplanes and stuff. So that's why I'm using them. It's because they're safe. I feel comfortable having them around myself and around my children. Because of the fact that the cells weren't in parallel, though, or weren't close enough in balance with each other to make one single pack, I ended up deciding to split it into 2 packs. So I basically have 2 12-volt packs. Okay, so we are here. Someone real far in the noise there. They're barely busting the squelch. You guys can see any actual ham operators or amateur radio operators who are actually watching this stream, they can realize how noisy my environment is. Again, I'm operating a 12-volt mobile rig here on my desktop in my house. It is connected to a quarter-wave ground plane antenna, stretched 20 feet of LMR out through the door crack, the jamb in the door crack out through my door, up an eave and about 16 feet up onto the driveway. So our receive isn't very great. We're barely making out this station. You can see it. And that's one of the things I like about SDR work, is you can actually really dial in. My 2-meter rig, we can try and pull it up. But this station is all static in my rig. So I might be able to pull in a little bit tighter here and see if we can make this station out. So pardon the static. If it's a little bit loud, turn it down. That's kind of what this is about. Sometimes you get a lot of static, guys. You gotta like the buzz. Okay, so I'll turn down the radio coming in here real low because that station's so far noise. Now, a situation like this is interesting if you're unfamiliar with the way this would work. We are just sitting on the national Simplex call frequency, and so because of that, well, we have to give way to other traffic, right? This station's obviously talking to somebody, unless we're getting some kind of interference, which does happen sometimes anyways on this frequency. But if this station is far away and making contact with somebody, we don't want to introduce additional noise into that situation by trying to contact them, see if they can pick us up just a little bit. Unless you can make out anything they're saying, and I just hear mumbling. Unfortunately, we're just going to wait until the frequency clears enough where I feel comfortable and responsible enough calling out to see if I can make a contact on the frequency. So I see the band might be changing right in front of us. When we punch in, you can see a little more detail coming in. These yellow markings as they're getting richer, a little more signal. We'll see. Sometimes around this time of night, we go over a change in the shift of the band as the sun's going down, and 2 meters picks up a little bit more. These, frequencies aren't supposed to be so dependent on any kind of conditions that the ionosphere is providing other than tropospheric ducting, which apparently is a phenomenon that we do have happen here in California. I think it might have been responsible for the large, I think it was like a 95-mile contact that I made from here all the way down to San Pedro. This was back in last August, I believe. Okay, let me go ahead and dial back in, guys. Let me turn my microphone off and see if I can pick out any audio here. Okay, I'm pretty sure that I heard a 7.3s or a 73 in there, which is the ham's operator way of saying goodbye, have a good day, take care. It's a traditional way to end their contact and conversation. So when I'm explaining this to you, if you're a ham operator, watch this. Me, I'm a novice. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But if you are somebody else that's found this link from somewhere else that I've shared it, friends or family or colleagues, check this out. Even if you aren't interested in talking on the radio, radio waves, understanding the radio spectrum, being able to listen in to different parts of the world that are rich with information for you in different kinds of situations. It's something good to know. It's a good skill to know. And if you're at all into kind of hobby electronics, it fits hand in hand with it. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call CQ again because I'm not seeing anybody else. I'm seeing some kind of banding going on. You can see that where it goes a little bit more yellow, a little bit more blue. There's some kind of radio operation happening, probably on a different frequency, but a strong transmitter nearby. I noticed that sometimes I get that on one of the local 2-meter repeaters. There's also a really strong repeater site about 2 miles up above me, up on Palos Verdes Hill, that is in a different band, but it's very strong. You can definitely see it. I also have another strong transmitter nearby me. The LAPD Arbor Division has a large tower and extremely strong transmitter operating on UHF in like 480 megahertz range that blasts, and it's really close to me. In fact, I think it's less than 2 miles away as the crow flies, maybe right around that amount. So I have some pretty strong transmitters nearby. I do okay though with that still, but we're gonna go ahead, stop blabbering, and call out CQ again.
CQ, KN6, IRV, CQ, Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo, Victor, any station, CQ, 146.52, KN6, IRV.
I'm not sure if you guys heard that. So I've been seeing this kind of a little bit on this frequency, some kind of interference, beeping, random beeping, a little bit of voice, nothing discernible. I don't think it's another station because of the beeping. I think it's some kind of interference happening on the frequency. I'm going to call CQ out again in case it is another station. Some of these experienced in long-term hams with expensive and elaborate setups and towers that rotate, some of them use beams antennas that are more directional. for 2 meters. So if you're able to talk a little bit more, call CQ a few times, sometimes they will actually point their beam in your direction, especially if they hear you call out your location. They'll know, oh, from my location, San Pedro is northwest or wherever it might be from there. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to call CQ again, guys. Turn this mic off.
CQ, KN6 IRV, CQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, any station, CQ, listening in San Pedro, CQ, KN6 IRV.
So, of course, one of the reasons I was explaining a little bit earlier about why I decided to do this experimental YouTube channel where I'm attempting a demonstration of technology to live stream capture a radio frequency, in addition to preserving it in history, for radio history, for local communication history, for my own personal experience operating on 2 meters here locally, and to have a literal video log and reference point. And one of the things that I wish that I had available to me right now, that I noticed that there are not many of here in the Los Angeles and Orange County area, is another web SDR, a way to access and hear my signal. Now, a lot of people will say, oh, you get a radio check from another radio operator. Well, what if you're not making it out very well? What if you don't know? So it would be nice to have in any scientific experiment, in addition to running, different antennas and getting reports back directly from your signal from another operator, it's nice to have control points. A specific listening station, such as what I've set up with this stream, that is always able to provide you, as long as you're within the area that it's going to listen to, a constant. So if you are testing, for instance, a mobile setup, and you want to see what your antenna sounds like on top of your vehicle, and whether the grounding efforts that you made to bond your hood to your chassis with extra grounding straps and make it extra sturdy for getting out a good signal, well, you want to test it in different parts of town and how you hear. You can, if you have your own SDR, set it up and record it. And that's what I've done for my own stuff. If you have access to a stream like the SoCal Simplex archive, then you have the ability to tune in on YouTube and listen to it live like that, and you can see how you are making it into listening stations. So it's something that I wish that, personally, as a radio operator, there was more of, is unattended radio control signal references. So you are able to dial up a YouTube channel, turn on a radio to the frequency, put out a call, or put out an antenna test, try a transmission, and you will have a reference. And lots of people do this for HF, high frequency, in extended areas, getting out to web SDRs across the country and across the world because of the long distance of HF and the nature of its propagation. But I don't find a lot of reference. There might be a handful of web SDRs up and down the West Coast. There's not a lot of reference stations. It's like I wish there was a monitoring network that was publicly accessible, with playback available, that ham radio operators and the public could access. So here we are. Let's go ahead and let's try and call CQ again.
CQ, KN6 IRV, any station, CQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, listening in San Pedro, listening and streaming, KN6 IRV.
Okay, guys, so we're waiting to see if we actually pull in another station here or not. I really took in a little bit of a story from an internet video with another ham in the last couple of weeks that made me think a lot, because there's a lot of people who are afraid to get into ham radio because you don't want to talk on the radio. And definitely when you first get licensed, there is... Hold on, guys. Let's see if we can pick this station up. Okay, so unfortunately I don't think we're going to get it. You could see there in the waterfall, though, someone's out there somewhere hitting that PTT, that push to talk there on their radio on 146.52. That's good. And I think that having public, well-known frequencies like this works well to get people reinvigorated, to know that someone's going to answer your call. I think it's important. So what I was trying to say previously to that that possible low noise transmission was that having a reference point is a good thing to have. Having the ability to check your signal is excellent. People don't always want to talk on the radio. Some people have that transmission fright, that talking fright. They don't want to broadcast or transmit. You don't really broadcast on amateur radio. So one radio operator was talking about how they are a propagation ham, and they are somebody who just wants to put out a signal and see how far that signal works and is thrilled by the technology. And to me, that definitely is part of it. I want to know where my signal is going. I want to know how strong it is. Sometimes you don't want to hear the attitudes of the other operator and whether their subjective evaluation of your signal is affecting what they're telling you about your signal. Most hams I've noticed, are very helpful and they want to help. Others tell you to lube your antenna, right? So, but once you get past some of the personalities, sometimes you're able to find some outstanding help. And I've been enjoying getting to know some of the local ham operators. There's some ones that are usually on frequency out here in the South Bay and North Orange County area. So here we are. We'll try and get some more contacts. I am someone who's comfortable calling out using my voice and seeing if I can get a contact on the radio. If you're not, and I this is something that I'll probably dip my toes first into HF because I haven't gotten to HF yet, but I am licensed for it. I'm a amateur general operator. I'm going to try some of the whisper stuff, the real low noise stuff, and there are reporting systems that will let you actually see via computer, and that's hooked up to a radio, whether or not your signal is making it. So it's propagation, and that's one of the other purposes of the SoCal Simplex archive live stream, is to provide a reference point, control point for your radio signal in this area. I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to call out CQ again, see if I can get a station.
CQ, KN6, IRV, CQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. Any station, CQ, KN6, IRV, listening in San Pedro. KN6, IRV.
Okay, so you'll see me manually jog this squelch up and down if you're not familiar with using an SDR. If you're not used to seeing this screen or how it works, it's just like adjusting a squelch on your radio. Just has an actual decibel setting. A little noisy out there. I'm not seeing any signals though. So we'll keep trying. We'll see if we get anybody on the horn tonight. We did back earlier. If you guys have been streaming for a little bit now, actually attended streaming here. This stream is going most hours of the day now, and will soon be 24 hours. Trying to piecemeal together enough old computer equipment that's strong enough with video and is capable of handling an SDR, going through OBS for all the time clock and for any kind of antenna camera that might be running, and able to push it out to an HD stream to YouTube. So my 8-year-old computer running Ubuntu is able to do that, running open source software. I really want to keep this project open source. I gave up Microsoft a long time ago, and I'm really enjoying being able to operate as much of my ham radio station on Ubuntu Linux and open source software as possible. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take a personal break here. I'm going to keep the stream going, of course. I'm going to turn my camera off. I am going to come back here probably about 10-15 minutes. I'll give the poor people who don't want to hear my calls for a little bit of a break. And when I come back, I think I'm going to try and call some specific stations that I have made contact with before here at my home location. So you folks have a good one, and I'll be back in about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes or so. Take care. Okay, what's up, guys? Back from a little break here. And got some kind of interference coming in right now. I don't think that's... That doesn't really sound like a normal transmission. It sounds like some kind of interference coming in there. So we're going to keep listening here. I'm going to be streaming, I think, all the way through about 10 p.m. Breaks in between. Now, when my SDR goes blue like that, it usually means there's a strong transmission. So I'm going to check the whole scope. Let's take a look.
Properly charged, say like a 9. Detail.
Okay, so you guys probably saw some of that. First of all, if you're familiar at all with software-defined radios, spectrum here that it's kind of messy and noisy. I also have a pretty strong repeater there. That's a 2-meter repeater. I'm going to stick on, this is the SoCal Simplex archive live stream on YouTube. And this stream is dedicated to documenting and demonstrating the live capture and streaming of Simplex radio communications in the Southern California area. So currently we are listening from San Pedro, California. I'm going to keep staying on 146.52. This is the national Simplex calling frequency on 2 meters. Of course, you know that if you're a ham. If you're just an RF fan, you're tuning in because you're finding this because of SDR, or you're finding it because you're a contact of mine from some other way. We are currently looking at an image, a live capture of a software called GQRX, which is open source software. We are operating on the Ubuntu Linux operating system. All the software we're using to bring this stream to you this evening is open source. GQRX is open source, as well as the operating system itself. The live streaming software that I'm using is OBS. A lot of you live streamers will be familiar with that, the OBS Studio. So I'm not seeing, well, we're seeing activity on other parts of the spectrum. We're going to zoom back in here into basically what is the calling frequency for amateur radio stations. There is a good amount of activity, I'd say, throughout the day here in the local area. There are some locals that have very strong signals. And if you're unfamiliar with the term, simplex when used with amateur radio means from station to station, instead of using any kind of tower to repeat a signal or create a network. Now, there are amateur radio repeater networks. They're vast and wide, and any of you who are familiar with that know that I'm giving you the 101 on that kind of subject. So, we are not listening to a radio tower this evening. This stream is dedicated to the SoCal Simplex archive, to documenting and streaming a live capture of 146.52, 146 megahertz in the SoCal region. This that we're hearing, this interference, I think is spillover from another transmission and frequency that's coming into this frequency, and it's breaking squelch. It's certainly not a strong transmission. So we'll keep listening here. We'll see what we do. It's been a minute here since I've called out CQ. So I'm going to demonstrate how to try and make a contact or a call in amateur radio. What I'm doing here does not require any kind of Morse code. It simply requires a 35 question test to be passed out of a pool of a few hundred. A pool of questions. They dropped the code requirement years ago. And when I discovered that about a year ago when the pandemic started and I was interested in getting amateur radio, I jumped at it. I realized. And then at that time, they just started introducing online testing for amateur radios. Previously, volunteer examiners would administer the test in lots of clubs or in special events. So, in the last 12 months, amateur radio has taken a wild turn. We are now sitting on a national call frequency. I am now upgraded into the amateur general license, and I'm going to be taking the final tiers test here in a month to become an amateur extra. I am not that experienced as an amateur radio operator, but I take tests well, and I know how to look at questions. Also, my background in hobby electronics has enabled me to understand a pretty good spectrum of the subjects that are covered with an amateur radio. I'm going to go ahead. We're not seeing any significant signals that are breaking squelch right now, but I'm going to dial into the 2 meter simplex 146.52 frequency. I'm going to listen and I'm going to call, and you guys can check that out. You'll hear my call sign. I'm KN6IRV, and you can look me up on the FCC website and see that I'm a licensed amateur operator. My name's David, and I'm currently operating from my home location here in San Pedro, California. Let's go ahead and let's give it a listen, guys. I'm going to go ahead and turn this microphone off. Come in over a transmission. I thought another station was talking, but like I said, I'm pretty sure that's interference that's going on. It's some kind of spillover from another transmission. So, but if there was some kind of identifiable or significant traffic on this frequency, I would not break in with a call. I would wait for it, but I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to try it now.
CQCQ, KN6IRV, CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, any station, CQCQ, listening on 146.52 here in San Pedro, CQCQ, any station, KN6IRV.
Okay, guys, we'll see if we get any kind of call back at all. Not expecting too much. It's getting a little bit toward the late evening for Thursday. It might be a little more active this weekend. We'll see. But we'll see if we get any kind of traffic. Otherwise, I appreciate you guys checking this out. You know, part of what I'm doing here, because some ham radio operators might find it odd to see some guy like live streaming the call frequency. I guess one of the things that I find valuable in it is the demonstration of the ability to capture live radio, a part of the spectrum, and put it back out to the public. So I think it was an exercise for me in the technological method. Also, as I've spoken before on this live stream, I think it's important to have a reference point for radio operators. You can ask your buddy how your signal is. It's subjective. It depends on the band. And you can develop a rapport, and I hear these local guys do it. They talk every day and they ask each other how their signal reports are. Well, sometimes they don't respond to you. Sometimes they're not at their radio. When you are, sometimes you want to test some antennas. No one else is around to catch your call. So having a stream like the SoCal Simplex archive stream on YouTube is a reference point. If you're within the area and the ability for my antenna ears to be able to hear, I can give you that information back via YouTube, in the same way that a web-based SDR does this. I'm doing this, but basically via a live stream to YouTube. Now, on this live stream, you can always come to this channel. You will not always find me on this live stream, but you will definitely find this frequency being essentially rebroadcast out to YouTube. You will find odd conversations sometimes. You will find interference, some blatant, some unwilling or unwitting. And then I guess the other part that I find in what I'm doing with the SoCal Simplex archive is in an effort to reinvigorate specifically simplex use. I'm finding out as I'm going through this learning experience through setting up this simplex station that it takes a significant amount of tweaking, of refinements, of adjustments to the antenna systems, to the electrical systems, to the radios that you're using, to the filters, to be able to really dial in and do excellent simplex on VHF that goes more than 10, 15, 20 miles. But if you are out here in the SoCal area, you will recognize some of these operators and you will see the range that they're able to reach on a daily basis, all the way from Orange County out to the desert. I hear them talking from Cerritos all the way down to Palm Desert and beyond, Apple Valley. So, of course, I can hear these stations a lot of them cannot hear me because my ears at this point are a little bit better in some situations than my mouth is with my radio mouth. So, other of you folks tuning in tonight and watching me call CQ on this live stream might be a little confused because you are not hearing my voice come through this webcam or microphone. Instead, you are watching my webcam, but hearing my voice come over the SDR. And you might be wondering, am I blowing out my SDR? I am partly. However, there is separation. Because I have such a cheap radio, my 2-meter rig is $80 from Amazon, and I literally bought it as an emergency communication device. That being said, it's my budget right now for amateur radio, which is nothing. So my $10 antenna is sitting up on the eave, about 3 feet up on PVC pipe, with 20 feet of good quality coax, 20 feet of it, coming in, custom made cable because I wanted to do it myself and save money. So I soldered on the PL259s myself onto a cheap radio that doesn't sound very good, and I get terrible reports on it, and it soaks up more battery than it really should, but here it is, it's operating, and I'm on frequency, and that I think is in the spirit of amateur radio. You will find many different kinds of amateur radio operators if you decide to go on this journey, or as you do, you've obviously noticed this. Some of them will spend the money and have nice, fancy radios, and usually not just one, and that's okay. A lot of them are people that have worked hard all their life and have bought really, really nice toys and tools for the hobby that they love. For me, because I'm constricted by finances at this part of my life, I try to squeeze the most signal for the dollar that I can possibly. So I bought this $80 radio off of Amazon because it squeezes out 25 watts onto VHF. I think it's 20 watts onto UHF. And I built a resonant 2-meter antenna specifically tuned to 146.52 because that's another way that I can maximize and spend more money. The cable was more money than the antenna. So this whole setup is $120 maybe, $130. The web camera you're looking through is $15. This is an 8-year-old computer, and the software is free. So you're watching a live stream of 146.520 from the SoCal Simplex Archive YouTube channel. My name is David. I am KN6IRV. I appreciate you tuning in and checking this out. Even if you're just casually stopping by and trying to find out what it is that this is all about. I'm going to go ahead and call CQ again, see if I can get an operator to demonstrate to you guys. If you guys rewind back, and this is kind of one of the cool things about what this channel is all about, you can rewind back and look at the clock there, and you will find, I believe it was back at, well, it would be, I think, 1833. It was at 6:33 this evening. I had a weak signal contact with WA6QXA. That's WA6QXA Keith in Long Beach. He's in East Long Beach. He has a very strong station with an extremely nice radio, and he works on it every day. So he's got the equipment plus the labor of love that he puts into it. And he works with some of the old Elmers here, and is always able to hear me. He was not able to hear me very well, even though I could hear him. The signal is weak, but you can listen to that contact that I made this evening and kind of see what it's like. He then transitioned into a contact with another station. I think I commented on the live stream what the other station was. The other station could not hear me, but he's another one of these local guys that mostly hang out on sideband, I notice. And that is a different type of modulation of radio wave that I do not have access to right now. I only have an FM, UHF, VHF radio, the cheap stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this microphone off and call CQ again, guys, and see if we can get a signal out there.
CQ, KN6IRV, CQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, CQ, any station, listening in San Pedro, California, 146.52, CQ, KN6IRV.
So I think one of the parts that I didn't explain before, guys, and why you're seeing my signal so overmodulated and so strong on the waterfall here is the fact that the antenna that we're listening through is physically about 30 or 35 feet behind this building right here. It's on an antenna mast hooked up to my RV. So it is actually a couple feet higher than the one that I have up here. It's the exact same kind of antenna, and it is one of those $10 home-built ground plane antennas dialed in exactly for 146.52. I'm using that as my ears. It is hooked into an inexpensive Orange Pi Zero, which is a generic knockoff brand of a Raspberry Pi, a single board computer. It is a $12 computer. It has a USB port, and one of the things that it does have is an Ethernet port. So you are able to hook in RJ45 directly into your switch or your home network hub, run simple open source software that controls the SDR dongle, your $25 software defined radio, and it takes that signal and transport it over your network for you, and you're able to dial it in directly into GQRX. So I am listening on an SDR out in my RV on that antenna while transmitting in and listening in, but basically it's a homebrew duplex. So amateur operators out there, they'll understand that some radios are able to listen directly to the frequency as you're transmitting, and I don't have that in my radio. My radio, it's cut off. The receiving end of it is cut off as it's transmitting. In fact, specifically this radio, it's so terrible. Its turnaround time from transmit to receive is so slow that often the radio operators that are quick to key will key so fast that this radio then won't turn around and pick it up, and it doesn't pick up the signal and doesn't break the squelch. So it's difficult to use, and it's the other reason that I've set up a different set of ears, essentially for the stream. Now that being said, then the stream will have a backup stream, so it's able to. And I figured out on YouTube, and you YouTube streamers already know how that works and how simple it is. How you're able to simply have a backup. So when one stream dies or a computer dies or one SDR takes dive and needs to be reset, there's basically one going automatically and ready to go. So guys, I'm going to stop blabbering to you. I'm going to go ahead and try and get another contact. I'm going to stay persistent at it because I think that's what we do in ham radio. It's what I've been observing from the radio operators that I find is you keep calling out. I know from experience that my station can get out and then I can get a signal out there. Depends on if there's another operator who can hear me that is on frequency and will come back to me and give me a signal report, maybe talk a little bit, and while we're here on the live stream. So I'm going to go ahead and call again, guys.
CQCQ, KN6 IRV, CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. Any station, CQCQ, KN6 IRV, listening in San Pedro, CQCQ, 146.52, KN6 IRV.
Well, it's quiet out there, guys. And I don't know if it's the band or not. I'm going to zoom out on the scope here and see what we can see on the spectrum. And we'll see if we can pull some other signals in, make sure the antenna's working. I also might pop off the I'm not using the SDR is out in the RV. I can't use this one. I do have another SDR sitting here. I feel like I am getting a signal. I am seeing it, even though it's a noisy signal, and you can see these noise spikes in the spectrum. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to try and see if we're pulling on some other signals real fast. I'll keep in view of 2-meter simplex of 146.52. So if I do see a peak popping up, I'm able to grab it. Okay, so any of you genuine and well-versed SDR users and amateur radio operators will take one look at this scope and see how bad it is. You can see how regular the intervals are between the peaks throughout this scope. Now this is a voice channel that you can see here coming down the waterfall. Pretty sure that's a strong repeater. I can't remember what repeater that is. That might be Catalina. I can't remember the exact frequency. It's on my... I think Catalina's 147, so that wouldn't be it. Yeah, Catalina's up here. Catalina's 147090, so it's up here somewhere. Here's another strong peak coming over here on the right side. I forget you guys can't see my cursor currently. Over here on the right side, you're definitely seeing a strong stream come down, and that's a voice signal. So we'll go ahead, let me punch down to them real quick, and I don't want to lose track of 2-meter simplex, but I'll give you guys a little listen of what's going on besides me blabbering away.
Go with what they say first, and then you can branch out from there once you get a warm and fuzzy feeling that what they've given you gives you enough knowledge to move out and branch out into other bigger and better things with your black powder experience.
Okay, so yeah, you're gonna find all kinds of conversations on amateur radio. That sounded wholesome until the very end, and then it was about black powder experience. So anyway, you're gonna find all kinds of folks. Many folks on amateur radio are Second Amendment enthusiasts, and that's just fine. They are able to do that. Let's go ahead and let's see what else. I think this is that is not the Catalina repeater. I don't think this is the Catalina repeater up here. I think nope. 147090. We're too high. That is some other kind of signal. Let's see
every week has an updated now in about 3. So anyway, if you guys go online, you might want to check and see if there's an update for you. K6AA WF.
Okay, so yeah, that's some other kind of signal. I don't know if that was a repeater network or what, or maybe even it was pretty weak signal. Anyway, we're losing track of 2-meter simplex. I want to stay on frequency. I want to try and call out again. Let's go call CQ again. Let's see if somebody's out there. I did tell you guys I was going to call some specific stations. So let's see if somebody will respond here. There is a station that is extremely close to me. It's a gentleman named Dave as well. His call sign is N6OKO. And I'm going to go ahead. He is literally like 15 blocks away from me. And I've had a simplex call with him before. He can't hear me. I don't know if he is up late. It's a little bit late now. It's 8:37. We could try.
N6OKO. KN6IRV. Dave, you up? N6OKO. KN6IRV.
Okay, so we'll see if this gentleman responds. If not, we'll try another station that's down in Cerritos, near Knott's Berry Farm. That was one of the Elmers that I was referring to earlier that has an incredibly strong station, has the incredible gear and the experience to use it. So we'll stay here on frequency. We'll give N6OKO a chance to respond. If he doesn't respond, then we'll go ahead and we'll say no contact made. Seems to be the protocol that other people follow. So this is just a noise spike that's right on frequency. Unfortunately, we're not hearing anybody else. So. Can you guys hear that? That's the static from my actual radio. Okay, so one of the reasons that I'm doing this is because running an SDR in such close proximity to another transmitter is probably going to desense the SDR. So this is a $22 experiment on how long it takes to desensitize the SDR by blasting 25 watts at it. So far it seems to hold up just fine, but I do wonder, that's why one of the other reasons that I wanted to check my signal in other parts of the spectrum to make sure that I am still receiving. I cannot check my SWR directly because the radio is outside. So I want to make sure that this SDR is still receiving. I'm breaking the squelch. monitoring directly the frequency on my radio so that I can hear, see if there's any other stations. I don't want to be stepping on anybody when I key up. That's pretty critical. You don't want to be rude right on the radio. So we'll see what else I can get here.
N6 SoCal, KN6 IRV. No contact heard. KN6 IRV, San Pedro, listening and streaming. Any station, CQCQ, KN6 IRV, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. Any station, CQCQ 146.52, CQCQ, KN6 IRV, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. CQCQ, KN6 IRV, CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, listening in San Pedro 146.52, CQCQ, KN6 IRV.
Okay, guys, so one of the other ways that I can upgrade this live stream and make it a little bit better is to plug in a legitimate radio, not just a software-defined radio. Of course, one of the downsides, if you're familiar with working with SDRs, is that they are so broad in their ability to receive broad spectrumed that they are very sensitive to other strong broadcast signals and transmission signals. What happens is essentially if there's strong radios around it, it has a hard time hearing the frequency that you may want to hear. It pick out signals just on that frequency. So I'm contemplating a couple different things that I would like to do, but these are all projects that, again, have an expensive ham radio solution that you could walk into a ham radio outlet, often referred to as HRO. You could spend $100, $200, hundreds, thousands of dollars on, figure out the problem. I'm going to try and do it on my budget, my pandemic budget, which is essentially nothing. So I am going to attempt to make a band pass filter. I've been looking at DIY instructions. If anybody out there has any suggestions on how to do a high quality, or at least a DIY high quality bandpass filter for 146.52 for 2 meters. I would love to be able to see that. I do have a nano VNA, so I am able to do testing that's effective. My antennas are resonant, and I've tuned them and cut them specifically to frequency. So that being said, I could probably coil some copper. The DIY bandpass filter I saw was a couple of coils and a conductive enclosure, which would be inexpensive, but to build. But I have to say, I find it odd that that is so cheap to build, and yet the commercial options are like 60 to hundreds of dollars, but like minimum $60 for a 2-meter bandpass filter. And if I'm going about this the wrong way, and if you folks have a better suggestion, I know some folks on SDRs, they'll just do like a low pass or high pass, cut out satellites, cut out AM or FM broadcast. And maybe that is just the way to go, to be simpler. I know some of those filters are like $15, they're not too bad. But I mean, I would really like to reduce essentially everything else besides 146.52. So in this specific application, to be able to consistently capture a high quality live stream of 146.52, the national call frequency, I wonder what is the best way to do so. So if you have any suggestions, please, you can send me an email at kn6irv@gmail.com, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, kn6irv@gmail.com, or you can also send me a comment here on the YouTube stream. All right, guys, I'm gonna call Fred, KN6OS, out in Cerritos. We'll see if he answers. My guess those guys are probably busy. It's only 8:46. They're probably busy down on sideband, and I'm gonna let them do their thing. There is another YouTube streamer that does it. One of the other guys that goes on sideband, Greg, KE6EGG. I think he's in Chino, just 2 miles north of the Chino airport. These guys, I love ham radio operators. Fred is like the voice of Cerritos. You know, just like there's they've got their thing. You know, they like, but specifically they're trying to identify where their station is, and that's what it's all about. I don't see Greg's live stream of the single sideband coming in and out of his station tonight. He's been streaming basically a webcam on his radio and then a video camera on him, as well as the audio from the radio that's coming in. And he's got a really nice radio. It's like I think a 9700, ICOM 9700. So it's good quality. I don't see his stream tonight. So, and he's a working man. He's got lots of stuff going on. So unfortunately, I can't pull in his stuff. I could change one of the SDRs over to single sideband. In fact, maybe that's what I'll do over here on the side while we're waiting. But it would mean I would have to pull the radio off of frequency for a minute. So if I catch a call, I gotta shuffle stuff. This is just shuffles that you do when you are operating on a minimal budget, trying to get into a hobby. People would say, Dave, why don't you have a coax switch? Well, coax switches are not cheap. Coax switches that can switch UHF and VHF are not cheap. So if you have one feed line but multiple radios and you don't want to have to unscrew connectors every time, you need to get a coax switch. You've got to ground all that stuff. Those are all steps into building a station that I'll eventually get to when I am in a better financial situation. My bills are paid, and I'm able to pursue larger financial inroads into the hobby. Until then, I am enjoying using my skills that I've learned, mostly in hobby electronics. I do have some minimal experience in a professional setting with electronics assembly. So, using that experience, I've been enjoying squeaking out whatever I can to get my signal better. So when these guys talk about being able to solder yourself, I can definitely do that. Building a bandpass filter, we'll see. I'm gonna go ahead and call CQ again, guys, to see if I can get somebody on the horn.
CQ, KN6, IRV. Kilo, November 6, India, Romeo Victor, CQ, any station. CQ, listening in San Pedro, 146.52. CQ, KN6, IRV.
Okay, we'll see if anybody comes back. We'll pull out of the spectrum just a little bit too.
CQCQ, any station. KN6 IRV. CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, any station. CQCQ.
Okay, guys. So if you've been sitting here watching this this live stream, a couple things. I'll definitely get a boom mic set up or something so that I have a little earpiece one at least that you can hear me better instead of just this webcam microphone. A couple other things. If you've actually been intrigued enough by watching this, if you are not a ham radio operator or not an amateur radio user, and you are another contact of mine, someone who's stumbled upon the Facebook share that I did or the live stream for another reason for one of the other tags and hashtags that I shared, and you're interested in ham radio, and you're not just interested in watching Dave listen and try and call out and get a contact on the radio, look up a couple things. Ham Radio Crash Course is a Facebook group and podcast, and they do an outstanding job. I'm trying to remember his call sign. His guy's name is Josh Nass, and KN6NAZ, KI6NAZ, I think. Excellent operator. He's like got 100,000 subscriptions on his YouTube channel. That's what it mostly is. Go to YouTube and check it out. Ham Radio Crash Course. They live stream every Saturday night. And I was surprised when I started looking into amateur radio. I had a lot of friends joke that it's kind of like an old timer sport, rich old man sport. That a lot of these guys, they just, well, the reason that radios are expensive is because they all just like collect a bunch of radios and they sit up on their shelves looking pretty, right? But I realized quickly that it's not all that way. In fact, there's lots of different segments to amateur radio, and there are a couple million amateur radio operators in the United States. Well, some segments are interesting. They go into for preparedness, which is part of the reason that I went into it. I'm not a big prepper or anything, but I've got a backpack ready. I live in Southern California, and there's earthquakes, and I've got earthquake food and water, and I've got a radio now. I got a license as an amateur radio operator because I wanted to be able to contact people and find out information if the cell phones don't work. And things got pretty weird at the start of the pandemic last year. People were looking at you in the eyes in LA pretty weird in the street. So I decided to get licensed. But check this out. Check out Ham Radio Crash Course. There's preppers that are into it. And that's just one faction. There's old farts in there stinking up their ham radio shacks, blowing gas on air and in their chair. But there is also a contingent of younger folks. There's hobby electronics enthusiasts. There are electronic engineers in that same category, people who are into RF electronic engineering. There are satellite radio chasers. There are propagation hams that love sending long distance signals to see how far they can get it. There are people who like to rag chew. There are the jerks and assholes. There are the nice folks that try to help you get your antenna right. It is a segment of society, and it has a lot of different people in it. It's not just the guys driving down their truck with their custom license plate that has their call sign on it. There are young people who do different kinds of digital modes. They do APRS messaging. So there is a wide segment. I've been surprised, especially at the age ranges. I thought it would be mostly older, but there is a significant amount of younger people who are getting into it, and I really appreciate the scientific-minded crowd and the people who are into it with the science in mind, the adventure of experimenting and trying to develop better skills when it comes to the phenomenon of radio waves. So let's go ahead. Let's try and call a station and see if we get any response. You know what? It's 9 o'clock. I don't want to bother the bozo guys. Let me see here. We'll call it CQ again. CQ, KN6 IRV. CQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. Any station, come back if you hear me on frequency. KN6 IRV. I realize realized I left both mics on for that. Hopefully that wasn't too terrible for you guys. Okay, cool. So actually with that microphone on, you guys could hear both. So we are hearing a slight delay that's coming out of the SDR. There's a couple things going on because radios are usually instantaneous, right? They travel the same speed of energy as light. So what the delay that you're hearing is beyond the live stream. If you're listening on your own radio at home and you're actually hearing my radio signal, which is a few seconds. I'm using the lowest latency setting that YouTube offers. The other latency that you're hearing is because the SDR signal is coming over from a single board computer with the SDR dongle attached to it, and it's coming over the Cat5 network, and it's modulating that audio on GQRX on this workstation in here. Because of that, there is a slight delay, and that has to do with the way the GQRX picks up the stream, the TCP stream over the network. And you can get it pretty minimal, a split second, but you got to start the stream in GQRX immediately. Otherwise, you will have a bigger latency because of it. And so once again, though, this is a system that I've set up because I like to use GQRX to see the spectrum. It's a poor man's waterfall. I don't have a waterfall. I don't have an IC, an ICOM 7300, and or any of those nice radios that have a waterfall or a scope built in. In fact, the only thing on my screen of my radio are numbers. There's 4 virtual VFOs, and it works. It works for transmitting 25 watts on 2 meters and 20 watts on 70 centimeters. Although we're not having much luck tonight, right? So we'll try and get out again, guys. Let's go ahead and we'll call CQ again here in a few minutes. Maybe I'm gonna get a water break. Hopefully you guys will come back to me here if you're watching live. And if not, I hear you. I'll probably be on for another little while longer here. I think I told Facebook I'd be on until about 10 o'clock. So come back to me here in about 5 minutes, guys.
Hey, Fred, 73, KN6, Dina.
How's it going, Dave? I'm stepping out there San Pedro.
Oh, am I stepping on him? My bad.
No, that's okay.
Oh, yeah, we're doing okay out here. I'm in San Pedro. My signal's a little weak, but go ahead, guys.
Me?
Yeah.
What, listen?
No, and talk.
What do I want to do that for?
See if I can hear you.
I'll see if I can hear you. What frequency?
15.
What's the number of 15?
You don't know the Citizens Band channels?
That's 27. Let me see, 16 was 27, 165, 155 or something like that.
It is, let me see. I gotta figure it out. 27, 135.
Oh, 135.
Affirmed.
Okay, I'm listening now. Yeah, I can hear you.
Well, respond.
I can hear you, Dave.
Say something on 27, 135.
Okay, so guys, we're listening to SOS, and
Oh, why not? Oh, you told me you did.
Contact right now. We're gonna let
You gotta
these
have
guys
all
talk. Sorry,
bands
guys,
covered
I
in
put
the
out all
event of an
audio.
emergency.
What you're listening to is You're listening to KN6OS with Julio Spread out of Cerritos, right there out of Cerritos near Knott's Berry Farm. So they are hanging out, and they are going to try and do a test up on HF on a high frequency, 27 megahertz, 27135. I might be able to pull it up on a web SDR, but I don't have a radio that goes to 27 megahertz. I feel like maybe I could do that, but these guys are going to go have their own QSO. They're going to go and check their signals. So they're using the national call frequency to be able to check each other's signal on another frequency. So it's a way of coordination, which is exactly why this frequency is so interesting. So let's go ahead. Let's listen into their contact.
More people on the oval nest than the Mojo nest. Yeah, I was on 7, the 40 meters, wide open all over the place. Oh, what is going after today? Oh, boy. I just read an article, too. It came in today's mail. The magazine's called On the Air, and it's talking about the 25th cycle and how it's on like Donkey Kong. Oh, boy.
Signal on another frequency. So it's a way of coordination, which is exactly why this frequency is so interesting. So let's go ahead.
20, 40, 17, 24, 21's all coming up. All right. Get ready for a big band opening, huh? Roger D. Wet noodle in a tin can. Where's Keith? All those guys went to bed early tonight. Why? They just did. I don't know. They just all went to bed early. Jesus, it's only 9 o'clock. That's what I told them. Wow. Did they have a bottle go night-night? Don got on the radio about 7:05 today. Those are cool. I was thinking about picking one up. Well, talk to Don. W6 DUO Don. And he bought one today. He sounded real good on Tubular Side Man. Those are only, I think, 5 watts max. 10 watts. Alright, 10. That's the only drawback to them, but you'd have to bring extra power to do HF. Yeah, but the thing is you can walk around the park with it. You know, you got an all-mode radio. I don't want to walk around the park. I want to go to the hills and the snow and the desert. Oh, okay. But it's an all-mode, all-band, everything radio. Right. Yeah, I better get to that station at San Pedro. Alright, sorry to bother you. Take care, bye. You're not bothering me. Anyway, the station at San Pedro, you got a copy of IVR, all on IV? Hey, KN6OS. This is KN6 IRV. Dave. Yeah! I want to look at your streaming video. I looked at it. Oh, very cool. Yeah, I'm streaming right now on it. I'm been streaming this evening, trying to show some other friends on my social media what ham radio is about, what the experience is like. So we're streaming right now live. Yeah, I noticed you're streaming part of Greg's that's kind of more of a legacy, more of a time grab there. I didn't quite make that out. Let me turn my other radio up a little bit here. Yeah, I saw Greg's format is awesome. I noticed that Greg was doing those live streams where I went to the SoCal Amateur Facebook group and to share the call frequency one that I was doing. And I've been living exclusive ever since. So I appreciate when Greg does that. I think it's awesome. Yeah, he's got a very short time lag on his on the legacy. Oh, come back to me again, Fred. I didn't catch that. I said he's got a very, very, very short time on his legacy there with streaming. Yours is pretty long. I think we have a little bit of a different purpose of what we're trying to do. He's trying to capture your guys' conversations specifically like that specific, like, kind of disorganized net that you guys do, or the kind of voluntary net that you guys do, as opposed to where I'm doing a demonstration of live capturing the full frequency of the call frequency. So it's a little bit of difference. Mine I'm trying to use as a signal reference. I had a ham here locally in my neighborhood tell me he was able to use it to test 3 different antennas on his HT, Q-Slicer. Okay.
gathering the supplies for it. I have not attached the other ones. I have a spool of 12 gauge copper, probably about 30 feet of that. I also have some half-inch copper pipe that I've previously used to smash into bus bars for battery applications. So I'm just trying to see what I have exactly. K6ZGR, Dare, I think. He told me to use a hose clamp. I like your idea of using the alligators to make it a little better for portability and to change it easier. Go ahead, Fred.
Well, that's just a fast setup, you know. You ask me at the spur of the moment. There's several different ways to do it, but that's just a real quick way, real fast way, real simple way to do it, real quick and fast.
Yeah, I like it. I think I'm going to try it that way, definitely. But, you know, the other thing that I was working on is I'm trying to find an easy, tenderless, a way to have this stream going 24 hours a day without having to tend to it often. And I've got some extra spare computer equipment I think I can do it with. I've got the SDR to dedicate to it. So I'm kind of just going through the mechanics of that on the computer end to see what are the logistics of having those stream 24 hours. Go ahead.
Okay. I have to hit the bathroom, but 73, I watched your stuff. I'll be listening to it more, and we'll talk again at KN6 West 73 from Rios, California, 3 miles west of Osprey Farm.
So thank you very much for KN6OS. Yeah, as I was talking a little bit, I was kind of trying to narrate earlier when I wasn't getting any contacts. I was trying to narrate a little bit about what the experience was like, and I mentioned that you're one of the folks out here that's helping to demonstrate other stations the value in Simplex contact, and I really appreciate that. So thank you for the contact, KN6OS. This is KN6IRV. Have a good night, folks.
Yeah, well, get that sign man going. 73, KN6OS.
Okay, guys, so that was a good contact, a good demonstration. I think that my audio levels are still real funky coming in here. The band's not super strong tonight, so Fred's signal wasn't super strong, even though he has one of the strongest signals out here. So you guys can see what that experience was like. My signal was obviously overmodulated. Excuse me. Fred's was my ability to hear Fred was weak. So those are things to work on, and this is the first time that I've tried doing this stream while also transmitting. I've been testing this stream technology for the last week and a half. Not that it's new technology, just my ability to stream a live frequency capture. And mostly on the receive, because I haven't had the ability to transmit at the same time, and I didn't want to burn up my SDR at the same workstation. That's why I put the Orange Pi Zero I was telling you guys about earlier out there. So, I'm able to do that now, but I still need to work on the levels. And as Fred was talking about, he's had some grounding advice from me earlier today. You can catch that conversation this morning, I think. That's on the live stream, on one of the live streams from earlier this morning on March 25th here. So, we'll see. And if you notice, Fred mentioned something about get that single sideband radio. So he's talking about a type of radio that does single sideband modulation, and it allows you to talk in a different format that uses less frequency space, and it takes an all mode radio that's capable of producing single sideband on 2 meters. So it's real specific, and only the higher end radios really do it, or some of the really older models used to have that kind of as a more popular modulation. So I can listen to single sideband on my SDR. GQRX, you can listen to single sideband on 2 meters with free software and a $25, sometimes you can get them as cheap as $20 or $22 USB dongle. I can show you real quick on here. I want to stay on the frequency on 5.2, but I'll show you guys right here. It's simple as changing the mode. That instead of being on narrow FM, you can go to AM. This is the raw IQ. That's literally the raw bits coming over the SDR. Or you can switch to a lower sideband or an upper sideband mode, and it would upper sideband for the 2 meter call. And I think I was telling you guys they are up at, I think they're usually at 144 250. That's here in SoCal. So if you're anywhere in the LA area or Orange County area, you can probably hear those guys multiple nights a week doing their. It's not an organized net. It's more participatory, more openly. They kind of toss it back, and it's nice. So Fred is encouraging people on the call frequency to get out there. If you have a single sideband radio, I do not have a single sideband radio, and they are expensive, even used. They are hundreds of dollars, and I'll get there. But that's okay for me to not have right now. I can listen. One of the other guys does a stream for it, which I think is awesome. And it was one of the reasons that when I had the idea of doing the SoCal Simplex archive, I did, like I told Fred on that contact, I went to the SoCal Amateur Radio group on Facebook, and I looked at it, and I was going to post my YouTube stream, and I saw Greg's streams, previous links. Excuse me, guys. And no, I do not have the COVID. Luckily, knock on wood. And I realized that these guys now the way that Greg is streaming and what he is doing is he is actually set up to stream specifically their net and their conversation. He has like different reasons why he's doing the stream. For me, I do a demonstration of technology. I want the signal reference capabilities of having a YouTube stream so that amateur radio operators are on any time of the day can go to this 24-hour stream if you're in this area and check your signal strength, whether you're in a vehicle or whether at your home base that's close enough by. And hopefully I'll get good enough ears on the antenna where I can hear it. Because Fred, he's out there by Knott's Berry Farm, and I'm in San Pedro, so that's a decent contact. It's not the longest contact I've made, and certainly not the longest contact Fred has made, KN6OS. But it's a good contact, and that's the kind of distance that I want to be able to have for 2-meter inexpensive emergency radio use. You can get this kind of, for an $80 radio on Amazon, you can make that contact, and you can listen to these kind of stations for $22 plus a computer. If you have a computer sitting around, it doesn't have to be a strong one to do it. So that's what's going on, guys. That's what we're doing tonight, and it is 9:12. If you noticed, I was gonna go take that water break, and that the QSO happened. I still did not have that other station's call sign, even though his signal, if you notice, was a lot stronger. I'll need to log that. I'll put that in the comments of when that contact happened, so you guys can go back and listen to it if you want to listen to it. But I need to make a contact with that station. His name's Dave, obviously, and it's not the Dave that I was trying. It's not N60K that I was trying to contact earlier. So I'll try to get a hold of this guy and see what his call sign is. I'm sure Fred will be able to tell me, and I'll call out to him sometime because I know he's closer than Fred is, and his signal, if you look at the peaks, were much stronger. Anyway, right before that happened, and I wanted to demonstrate to you guys that contact, I am going to go get a glass of. I was going to get a glass of water. So give me 5 minutes. I'll be back, and we'll be on for probably about another 45 minutes with me streaming live and calling CQ. And then we will also then kick it over after that to the live stream that we'll be running throughout the night. Okay, what's up? YouTube, Facebook, how y'all doing? So we're back here on the live stream. My name's Dave, I'm KN6IRV, currently YouTube streaming from San Pedro, California. I am putting a live capture of 146.52, the national simplex call frequency, out to YouTube. And some of you some of you ham operators are going to be like, why is this guy doing this? And some of you guys also out there who might have seen this link from my own Facebook or other social media sources, you might also be wondering, like, what is Dave doing? Here's the deal, is that there are all kinds of stations that connect via simplex radio frequencies where they're going station to station throughout the day on this national call frequency. It is a frequency that's been put in the band allotment in amateur radio frequencies specifically for stations to call their stations. So there's traffic on it. We're in LA, we're in southern LA region, South Bay. I'm in San Pedro and the LA Arbor area specifically. In this geographic area that I'm in San Pedro Canyon, I often hear stations into North and Middle Orange County. For instance, if you were listening about 15 minutes ago, I had I need to write that up in the comments here. I had a contact with Fred, who is KN6OS. And Fred is an old-time ham radio operator who is passionate about it and works on it every single day. So Fred is someone that you know that you can usually connect with, and I can hear from a good distance away. So part of the reason that I put the simplex frequency on is that so that radio operators in this area have a point of reference for what their signal sounds like from a station that they know is stationary and reacts the same way every time. Now you can do this when the other radio operator is at their station, and you can give signal reports, and you'll feel this all day long. In fact, that's mostly what amateur radio operators do, especially in HF, is they make a contact by talking to each other, giving a signal report, confirming their name, their station ID, and what their signal is, both on a physical meter of what the power of the radio signal is coming into the radio, an S meter, as well as the quality and the audibility, the ability to hear and understand and discern the words that are being spoken to them over the radio wave. So this dual number format is a signal report. That's what people use, and it goes back and forth all day long. And so, of course, that's what ham radio operators do. So they wonder, like, well, Dave, why are you streaming this? Why do you feel like you need to put a 24-hour stream of the call frequency onto YouTube? Well, there's not always another operator calling. For instance, you guys noticed from about 6:30 this evening all the way through until Fred's contact just about, coming on 20 minutes now ago, I didn't have any contacts. I called out CQ a couple dozen times, I'd say, maybe, 18 to 30 times, and every, 2.5 to 5 to 10 minutes, break here and there, while I jabbered on at you guys like I am now. So the point is that there's not always a radio operator available. You may be standing there, and I've already had a radio operator confirm with me here in my own neighborhood that they were able to use the live stream on YouTube to be able to test 3 antennas on their handheld transceiver, their handheld ham radio. So they were able to try 3 different radios. They streamed it then from their computer. I don't know if it was on their computer or their phone, but they said they had the stream open and they were able to hear themselves, hear their call. I could see them keying up. I happened to be at the workstation while they were doing this because I don't attend to this stream all day long. So this stream will be developed into a 24-hour stream that will not be based on my workstation, so I don't have to run it 24 hours. That will be based on a secure device that is able to run at low power with battery backup. So if power goes out and internet is cut, there's alternative backup stream to it. And I think that's just a point of reference. I think it's nice. Think about it this way. The WIN system, if you're familiar and you are a ham operator in the western United States and even other parts of the country and the world, there is the Western Intertie network. And that is a relay system of UHF and VHF repeaters that goes throughout the western United States. I think it's like 13 different states. Plus you can connect over the internet through a radio and talk to the entire radio network that way. Well, it depends on relays and radio towers talking to radio towers. It doesn't, it's not people talking to people. But one interesting thing that the WIN system does have is that they have a live audio stream of their network system. You can go to, I think it's winsys.org, and you can pull that up. If not, type in it's like WinSys. It sounds weird because it's like a computer-related term, WinSys, but it's WinSys. It's like the Western Intertide Network, and you can pull up their page and anybody, and it comes over. I think it's one of the main. Is it Broadcastify? It's one of the major internet audio streaming systems that people use to live stream audio, and it comes over that, and it's on like a 20-second delay or something. But it's the same concept, and one of the other reasons that sparked my interest to put out a 24-hour stream of a call frequency is I was listening, and I too had done this before. Luckily, it wasn't me. When one of the system operators of the Win system comes on, and you know what they say? After a guy comes on, he says, streaming audio check, no need to respond. He was just going to listen to himself. Well, the guy got upset. He didn't get upset, but he just said, hey, the system's too big to be doing that. Don't be doing streaming audio checks. It's just, which is fine. They're right. It lights up like, I think, hundreds of repeaters. And that's a lot of repeaters and radios to line up for you to be able to check your audio. I get it. At the same time, like, there is value in that. He needs that service. He needs a reliable control source of a radio tower that he knows he can contact and he can check his transmission on without his buddy and how his buddy's doing on his radio, whether he changed his grounding system. You've got a control source of a radio that stays constant, and that you know its state, and you're able to hit it from in different parts of your town, and you know that how your signal is doing. In addition to having the advantage of it being a YouTube stream that you can play back, so there's reference. In addition to maybe some accountability for interference and jammers. So there is, in my mind, significant value in creating the SoCal Simplex archive and having it be a 24-hour stream. I think that I will go ahead and continue my efforts to do it. I've been kind of doing a test leading up to this. This is the first time that I've popped in on this live stream while I've been streaming it on video and actually had my microphone going. I really hope the audio sounds okay, guys. So, hopefully I can clip up some of this video, get back to you guys, and kind of give you more of the intent of why I've started the SoCal archive, the Simplex archive. If you have suggestions of what I should be doing, I know that there's improvements that I can make. I know I can get a taller mast. I can do all that. And if you didn't catch earlier parts of my live stream tonight, you have to understand that I have taken up amateur radio and even this project with an emphasis on doing this without a major budget and doing it on home-built equipment. We are currently listening to this frequency with a less than $10 home-built ground wave quarter wave ground plane antenna, and it's up about 16 feet, literally on 3 feet of PVC pipe with a decent piece of coax with my own soldered connections on the ends to save money, and welding stick rods used as the radials, and like a $2.50 SO239 bulkhead connector with the radials put on by I think 75 cents worth of screws, the right size, with the big washers on them from Home Depot. So they're crimped on there, they're gone at 45 angles, and it's resonant. It's cut specifically to 146.520, and the SWR is like 1.09. It's really, it's like, I'm sorry, 1.09, 1.1. It's very low, and that's about as low as I can get it. I feel like I've gotten better on some other antennas, but I think this is the best reading now that I've learned how to read the SWR via a nano VNA. So, if you're still here and you're listening to blabber, I'm going to go ahead and I think I'm going to call CQ one more time. It's coming up on 9:30. It's a little late. Some of these old timers might still have the radio on. They may not be wanting to hear it call, but I'm going to go ahead and try it again. We'll see if we can get one more contact for the evening. And otherwise, I'll probably wrap it up here pretty quick, guys. Let's go ahead. Let's try it. Okay. Guys, one more thing. I didn't even have my audio muted right. One more thing. Before I go, I wanted to change my filter width. If any of you had noticed in your experience with GQRX, or if you are an experienced SDR user, or any radio operator, and you saw the filter width, you saw it was too narrow, and that's why Fred was even coming in not sounding as good as he usually does. Is it specifically because my filter was set super narrow. I had narrowed up my filter to try and pull in a weak signal earlier, and I didn't widen it back up. It's something that needs to be set almost like as an automatic thing. Now as I widen back up, my squelch is going to want to open up a little bit, so I've got to tighten it. But I usually leave it around 7K so I can pull in, because that's also the other reason that I sounded so bad, and I was over-modulating the filter width set by the software-defined radio in GQRX. It just wasn't pulling in enough of the modulation to have good quality audio. The peaks were clipped. Give me a second.
CQCQ, KN6IRV, CQCQ, any station, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor. CQCQ, KN6IRV, CQCQ, Kilo November 6, India Romeo Victor, any station, listening in San Pedro 146.52, CQCQ.
Kilo Mexico 6, Charlie November Fox, go ahead, San Pedro.
Oh, station, you're coming back in clear, but I did miss your call. Can you please come back to? This is KN6IRV.
Certainly, Kilo Mike 6, Charlie November Fox in Long Beach, Orange County border, LaSalle.
Okay, I've got you over there in Los Alamitos. It's KM6 Charlie, and I'm sorry, sir, the last two for me, please.
No problem. Charlie November Foxtrot, CNF, Charlie November Fox.
CNF, I've got it. And your signal is actually pretty clear. I'm doubling in my own ear here because I'm doing a recording. I'm trying to figure out my radios. I have kind of a poor man's duplex. I'm listening on an SDR, but transmitting on my radio. The SDR's on a different antenna system, so I'm trying not to blow it out. But I appreciate you coming back, sir. Thank you very much. This is KN6IRV in San Pedro.
No problem. Is my signal stronger than Fred's?
Yes, absolutely it is. Is this David who I heard earlier? Because I was trying to figure out what your name was. I've heard you on here. Your signal is definitely stronger. I thought you were actually closer than Los Alamitos. You're coming in, yeah, definitely. And you have a similar voice to Keith, too. So you're definitely coming in. I'm hearing it. You are clearer tonight than Fred. Sometimes, though, he's really booming in here.
Roger that. When you speak to him again, make sure you tell him Dave was booming in and a lot stronger than he is.
Yeah, I hear you guys. You guys can do your own boom wars over there. I'm going to sit here. I got 25 watts. I got my $10 homemade quarter-wave ground plane, about 16 feet off the driveway with 3 feet of PVC pipe. I did splurge on some LMR 400. 25 watts out of this QIT KT8900D, cheap as junk radio. I don't recommend it. Don't touch them.
Well, you know what? All that doesn't matter because you're being heard and that's what counts. So you got a good radio system there.
Hey, dude, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir. I'm I'm gonna go ahead and we'll clear the frequency, and I think I'm gonna call it a night here. So this is KN6IRV in San Pedro. Thank you very much, 7-3.
You're welcome. It definitely sounds good. But don't forget, next time you talk to Fred, Dave was booming and he was weak. 73 is Camp 6. No.
Okay, so that was pretty awesome. So that was a good, I think the audio came through. I'll have to go back and listen to it. The echo was just too much for me in my own ear. It was like a full second, so it was really messing with me. I should have just pulled it out of my ear, listened on the radio. But it did sound, I think, better than last time. I had my filter width fully at 7K. So, oh my god, I need to write down his call before I forget it. C and F. That was KM6 CEF. I'm sorry, CNF. Charlie CNF. And that was at about 21:34 from Los Alamitos, he said. And his signal was nice. It came in stronger than Keith's. I've heard Dave talking from over there. He sounds exactly like Keith, but just lower and more monotone, like he's trying to sound different. I'm sorry, Dave, if you guys are ever watching this video. You probably aren't because you're not going to watch this YouTube video. But the voices are similar. And so I definitely hear them, and they are coming from a very close area, I think. I know that Keith is in East Long Beach. So anyway, so that was KMX CNF. Kilo Mike 6. So there is a formatting to these call signs. If you're not an amateur radio operator, you are watching this stream for whatever reason, if you're one of my friends or someone I shared this with, it's difficult. Some of them flow together really well. Because of the doubling issue, I had a hard time. And this sometimes radio operators will say their call sign and it sounds like it flows so well for them, and it does. It's just that you're not used to hearing it like they are. So if you've got a bad radio or like you've got doubling issues going on in your own ear, well, that's what happens. So, but it was good contact. And one of the reasons, again, that I'm doing this stream is that it's not just for other radio operators to reference, but it's for myself. And maybe that's a bit selfish. I want to be able to go back and hear my own. I could just record my own operations, and lots of operators do. Most of the modern radios have SD card slots in them that you can put in your cards to. So, but I think there's lots of value in having it, and something about it being public spectrum and public history in our radio waves, I think is good. So maybe YouTube's not the last place for it. I'll look at other outlets like archive.org. I have a feeling that I'll end up archiving to archive.org in addition to Google-based YouTube, because you never know. I don't know if you guys are familiar with archive.org, but it's they started up at Berkeley, and or at least in collaboration with UC Berkeley. But they essentially try to archive significant parts of the internet and media collections of all types, audio and books and whatnot. If you've never looked at archive.org, you need to go there and look at it. It's amazing. So, uploading streams of the call frequency. Yeah, I might get into that. We'll see. Okay, guys. I'm going to call this because I'm tired. Yeah, it's 9:40. I've had enough radio play for the day. I've learned things, and I think that's the spirit of amateur radio. And hopefully, if you guys had a chance to check out this stream, you'll check it out. Once again, this stream will continue on frequency. I am going to dive out of it, and wish you guys an excellent evening. Take care.
Kilo November 6 Oscar Sierra.